Oh, right, 1 second. Oh, not that one. There we go. That's the level of noise I can put up with for a stream. Nice and quiet in here. Kind of weird that I've gotten used to there just being a constant noise in the background. The heck was that? Oh, was it that? Ugh. Sure. No. I just had a stupid idea. Not as stupid as the idea that led to what my webcam looks like right now. So I still have a cough drop in my mouth, so hello. Oh yeah, the image I forgot. Am I actually gonna just do this every month? Captain, it's March! Oh, man. Just, make that invisible for now. I should play more Age of Empires on stream again. There's bound to be some fun campaigns I can just play through that I haven't ever, because there's like a bunch of them and I haven't actually played that many. Okay, where we last left off last week. Yeah, I was messing around with this. Not sure what to say besides the fact that the trees are taller. Or something, I don't know. But I kind of figured I've been messing around with making these forests and everything. And I should probably actually just focus on actually finishing some of the terrain so that I can make the forests for real, maybe? So I might work over here today. Yeah, I don't know. Just looking around. It's not an area that would be forested, but technically I could also just, like, give another pass over here. Just towards, like, getting this area between these two areas done. Man. Every time I forget, what exactly did I do to make the gradient so good? I think I might have just did the thing where I raise it up, but I can't remember. Oh boy. Out here is kind of like a whole weird thing to work on. I did lengthen this, which it's kind of weird to look at it and think like, okay, how tiny was this before I lengthened it? Oh boy. Also, yes, I'm gonna make this joke like multiple times during the stream, but destroy Mario, obey Wario. Pretty much. Yeah, so I'm probably not going to work on any of the areas that need, like, a lot of detail work. Man, yeah, this path was, like, half the size before. But I will try to do, like, again, like, what basic field stuff still needs some work. That was a lag spike and a half. I'm gonna sneeze. I don't know if it's because spring is kind of trying to sprung, but I've been having a bad combination of, like, allergies, and stuff as the winter attempts to end. Oh yeah, I remember. I was talking about filling this area in. That's something I can sort of start with. Yeah, I mean, that's a simple enough thing to kind of just mess with a little bit here. Can I just, like, make the radius a little larger? Yeah, because I didn't like how this kind of is just a weird hole. I think I realized I'd rather it be more of a hill than a weird divot. Anywho, I actually wrote things down on my sticky note this week, so I have topics I could talk about. Things that... See, the thing about the sticky note that I always underestimate is its ability to remind me of other topics. Through, like, the topics that I've got, but then also, like, the topics that can remind me of further. So the power of the sticky note will probably come in handy. Again, like, it's funny that, like, I don't know. I think one of the weird reasons I got out of doing the sticky notes is I realized that I was just writing down a lot of, like, frustrating topics more than anything. But also, like, a lot of, like, political things. And I already talk a lot about politics, as is. So, like, ironically, what has helped the sticky notes is that I've been writing political stuff on a separate set of sticky notes. Oh, man. Sorry, I haven't been talking today. I didn't realize how bad my allergies actually were. Ah. See, now it's itching. Ah! Okay. I have to remember I'm on webcam. See, maybe that's it. I'm on webcam today. I'm being punished for my hubris of thinking I could be seen. I don't think it's just that spring is sprunging. I think it's that I've been doing a lot of cleaning. And the dust is maybe catching up with me. I wish there was some kind of, I don't know, aggressive... Oh yeah, I guess, huh. So I've been using stable smooth. I wonder... It's definitely faster. So... Okay, so grow isn't really any different in speed. Stable, I think, uses both of them. So, could I use stable? Actually, you know what? Grow is a little faster. I guess because it's applying both algorithms sort of simultaneously. It's gonna cause some, like, problems. So if I do that and then move to melt, like, yeah, melt's gonna get rid of some of the garbage on the edges? I don't know. Second, I'm gonna make sidebars a little smaller. I am trying to think how I want the terrain to actually be. Because so I'm not 100% satisfied with the terrain. I love how smooth and everything it is. But, again, one of the most, like, sticking advices of doing this kind of thing is you kind of don't want it perfectly smooth. Like, there's a weird middle ground where, like, smooth... like, unsmooth in certain ways is unnatural. Because it's, like, entropy and all that. But, at the same time, too smooth is also unnatural because, again, reality's chaotic, entropy and all that. So I need to find that happy medium. Medium rare. I do kind of think that one filter where I add like a little bit of noise to the edges of things and then smooth it again works pretty well. That's kind of what I was doing on Will's Island with World Edit, but yeah, I don't know, like just the difference of the two is this has like certain things with this is better than World Edit. Certain things with World Edit is better than this. Oh, I just realized I painted this whole area. There's a bunch of dirt underneath. Oh no! I made the mistake. I used mask surface. Second. Block equals dirt. Yeah, you can kind of see with the way this paints, like all the spots underneath. Oh gosh. It's just really crusty and subtle. I did decide to turn down the graphic quality a little bit further, by the way. It was a little crusty, to say the least. So I didn't really adjust the webcam. I think the webcam's good. Yeah, okay. I need to, like, I don't know. remember that I'm on camera and like not have a resting psycho face or whatever the heck that I have going on. I feel like I look very angry at the webcam, and I think it's partially because... Huh. I have my screens up a little higher, but thinking about it, so I could actually get my screens a little higher, and that might help a little, because I'm like doing that thing where you like, you know, you look like this, but like I should be looking like this. Huh. Never really thought about that before, but my screens could indeed be higher. Or my chair lower. Unfortunately, that doesn't work. Yeah, that's one of those weird things. People never get their TV heights correct. Your TV height should always be eye level. You should have a neutral... like, your eyes should be neutral to your, the center of your screen, generally. I kind of want to mess with roughing a bit. Because I have slight unsmoothing. Can I get, like, a little bit more ratio on that? Oh, hi. Don't mind me, just realizing my screen height could be better. So if I unsmooth it to this extent... Slight more unsmooth, and it's too much of a name. And then we go back to smooth. Slight unroughen. I'm just trying to find where it just feels chaotic enough. Like, let's try it on a basic spot, like here. Oh, I'm still smoothing. Yeah, so this does do what the old thing I was doing does, but... does it look good when it's smoothed again? Like, I almost feel like I need to re-smooth it a bit more than that. So, one second, let's go to nice smooth. Smooth that back out. I'm being very particular about this. This is entirely factual, bot. Don't take my facts and logic away from me. We roughen it like that. As weird as it sounds, it kind of is the case. It's like we have to smooth it, unsmooth it, and smooth it again. It's kind of weird. That's too... I think... that's a little too smooth. One second. Let's go down to this amount. This is like a really tight, like, logic here. Yeah, okay. It's got, like, a crustiness to it. Just a subtle crustiness to it. But let me try that at, like, just a 15 radius, which is gonna go a little faster, I think. Yeah, okay, cool, cool. Okay, so slightly more unroughen. Sure, that's a name. I'm still wondering, just because of how long it takes to get feedback, like, am I actually better off doing it in small segments at a time? It kinda almost feels like it, but at the same time, so I can do that much. Versus if I have it up at 20... I don't know, like, that's so unresponsive. It works, but I'm not sure how much I like doing it. I think just because it's more usable. I'm really not... It's really hard to tell if I save time doing it like this, but it feels better. As my lights seemingly flicker for a second. Right, sometimes results isn't the key. Something reminded me of that recently, the whole vibe of it's better to have a goal than to get to your goals. Like, the journey is the experience. Enjoy it. Now, that said, the funniest thing for me is I'm stuck between the reality that you need to enjoy your moment to moment, but also I really can't apply I really can't apply that entirely, because like people treat that as a end all be all. Like, you know, stop like putting things off into the future, or stop thinking once you get a certain goal you'll be happy finally. Like, this whole moving thing that we've been fixated on for the last forever, being it's become a real thing, I mean, I can't help but feel the sheer relevance of once we get the move done, things will be better. There's just too many things it actually applies to. And also, it itself is a goal that I'm striving for, so it's not something I'm waiting for, well, to some extent, but it is something that I actively am trying to get to, so it's not a put life on pause kind of thing entirely. In fact, working towards the move itself has been very active, so it kind of works with the suggestion people have of enjoy the process. But yeah, I don't know. It has been just kind of one of those things, because I think the thing is, the move opens up life to have a lot more goals to work towards once we finish it. You know, because like we've got that, the house, like renovating whatever house we end up, getting it cozier, getting some like homesteading stuff going, you know, just being able to figure out more things we want to do, all that. I wish this had like a higher contrast to it, by the way, just the game in general right now. If I could see the sides of the blocks a little easier, or like the depth of everything a little easier, that's where turning the fancier graphics on actually would be a benefit. But it was so laggy. So can I just like set this to melt, put it up really high? Yeah, it doesn't give me like a proper preview, but it does work. Guess I don't really need the higher sized brush though. Sorry, I am gonna check real quick. So if I do put the smooth lighting on, I kind of do need it, don't I? Yeah, smooth lighting makes it a lot easier to see stuff. You know, as much as the stable one is nice, I think I should do the grow and shrink, or grow and melt, like, individually. Maybe, I don't know. It's hard to say. I'm gonna have to, like, smooth a fresh area to get an idea of it. But yeah, I know we talked about it a little bit recently, Gold, but I actually did start working on a shopping list of things that we're gonna need to buy, like, when we get the new place, because the thing I assume you don't have, like, any, like, cups or dishes or really anything. You've just been kind of using whichever family members that you've lived with. I don't really know what you did when you were living in, like, an apartment alone. But, yeah. So, we're not really gonna have much of that we're bringing, because most of it'll stay with Ruben. Like, we have a handful of things, but nothing, like, notable. And none of our dishes, like, that's the thing. When it comes to getting dishes, they've been assimilated under others' dishes. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, so that's where we're both kind of in the same boat. So it probably will be worth it to, see, this is where, like, I mean, you can do a bit of this if you want, but, thrift shops tend to have, like, some basic stuff. Though, like, pots and pans are gonna be, like, kind of messed up and whatnot. They're not really usually worth it. It's the kind of thing where we might, like, look a couple times. But, like, in general, you know, you can find a couple decent enough things. Granted, some of this, I don't know if you want to just wait till we get there to figure out. Yeah, the thing you could get with pots and pans, because you were the one that initially kind of recommended this brand to me before, and I did like the handful of them that we had. You could look into finding the full set of the copper, what is it, red copper brand stuff. I really, like, I still use those. Though, actually, we use our copper chef pan, which is, like, one of the competing, like, ones of those. The circular one is very nice. Honestly, yeah, circular pans are nice. But yeah, if you wanted to look for, like, the copper pan, like, either just buying it online, or if there's a As Seen on TV store anywhere nearby, you could go ahead and get, like, what would be, like, the full set of, like, pots and pans for that, because those usually are pretty okay prices, if I recall. Then there's other things that we won't have that we'll need to get at some point. Oh man, my nose is itchy. Like, a broom is easy enough. Any broom off the shelf of the store is gonna last you basically forever. Like, mops are weird because those can get, like, broken really weirdly easy sometimes, but I think generally speaking, brooms should be, like, just reasonable to get. I mean, I don't know. I can't... If it looks like it's solid... I mean, the only thing I can think with a broom is the same issue... Well, not really even the same issue. So mops, the problem with mops is they often have that, like, little ball bearing thing, like if they're the Swiffer kind. And, the pole is made of metal, but where it connects to the mop is plastic. And that snaps all the time. And it almost doesn't matter which brand it is. If they've got that sort of plastic going for them, it's such a pain. But, brooms, I've never really had a problem with any of, like, the plastic or anything of them. Yeah, I don't know. So, like, just buying a broom should be fine. Then there's things like, so, we really like the current, cordless vacuum. I think they've become very common now that, like, I think most people just get them generally, the battery-powered ones that you just hang on the wall and use as needed. So we'll have to get one of those, because we like the one we have, but we'll probably leave it to Ruben. But this gets into, like, another part of the oddity. There are things we'll need day one, but there's things that we can kind of get as we go. And so, like, I don't want to, like, I don't want to have you really front load too much money into it. Now, granted, if you see something on sale that looks good, just, like, might as well buy it. But yeah, part of my thing is Dan's kind of, like, the one that we kind of expect to have the responsibility of, you know, buying, like, miscellaneous house stuff, so it's not so much something I want you to worry about, but it kind of has me where I'm currently making essentially, like, 2 lists. A list of things I think we'll probably want on day 1 that you might as well get, and then, like, the full list of things we all should just kind of remember and need to get at some point. I don't know why, I've always loved the ominous-ish feeling of this, like, odd fake choir sound. A couple things use it in the music. But yeah, so for the most part, the main list of things I'll probably give you will end up being just, like, simple stuff that we would always need and that we probably really want day 1. Which is mostly cleaning supplies. So yeah, I was extending the list from the conversation we had the other day for that. And Pepsi. Oh yeah, that's your soda of choice. Now, if we can unload the moving van fast enough, and we can dig it out, gives us something to clean. I don't know why, but sorry. Oh my gosh, I don't know why, but like something about this combination of thoughts is cursed. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, a little bit. I'm fine. Fine. Just never gonna get over this cough. Man, it frustrates me, because it makes me sound like I'm a smoker or something. I can't avoid vices like that. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, I did that wrong. But yeah, so, I wonder, like, am I doing something wrong when it comes to recovering from coughs? I don't even know. But, now this area is still, I don't know, even doing all this area feels too flat. I need rolling hills and like, stuff. And I'm working on this area, and then I remember this is all gonna be in the way for a while, so do I even bother? I don't know if I bother. I'm just gonna work over here after all. Yeah, so, where was I going? That mansion really actually is very much on, like, the edge of town. I didn't really think about where it's actually positioned. Huh. This is actually, like, reframing, like, the visuals of some stories in my head. Do I like the change, though? See, I think I might actually move the mansion. I think I might just put it back here somewhere. I don't see why not. Yeah, you know what? Which one is annotations? You. I'm gonna move this. I think I'm just gonna move this back here. I think it's fine to have like a sort of secondary street. Like, it also makes sense because of the context of all this that it would be kind of in the middle of town. Okay. Well, wait, did I not? Where'd the mansion go? What? Whatever. I guess I'm using black wool for this. Did it not confirm or something? It's just, like, gone. I don't know what I did to that annotation. Wait. Is it still here? Oh, it's in the ground. Okay. Yeah, I think, ultimately, I prefer this over here. It just... Something about putting it over here just seems weird, because... I always imagine, like, farms... Maybe, like, a couple houses at the edge of town. And, like, not really that much on this side of town. I think mostly what bothers me is just the feeling that, like, the forest... kind of comes up and tapers off up to the lake. And there's probably only like a couple houses around the forest, because the forest is considered a little dangerous. But, anyway, where was I? Just painting up this way. Just to make sure I've got everything. You know, I'm still not sure about the depth of the river at some of these parts, so maybe I'll mess with that a little bit here. Ooh. Interesting. Problem? Yeah, because I never, like, added, like, the waterfalls or anything. I might mess with it a little bit. Honestly, this whole area. As much as I wanted to start making things green, most of these areas are just not finished enough to green. Yeah, I think it's time to finish the mountains. Where was I? Anyway, I was talking about something about, like, day one stuff. Oh, yeah, I was gonna joke. Okay, yeah, so if we can dig stuff out of our moving boxes fast enough. We do have, like, a handful of basic wine glasses. It's just like, I don't know, I kind of get a kick out of doing something like, you know, soda out of wine glasses and stuff like that. Celebratory. Unpacking, put them where they're easy to find right away. I guess that's the irony, is I don't know if it's something that we're gonna actually have to make somewhat inaccessible, just because there's a... like, it depends on how well we can pack them. There are technically parts of the, the U-Haul that are, like, kind of intended for more fragile items. But we could probably pack them decently densely. Decently densely where they, are, like, cushioned in another box. And yeah, we might want to end up packing them in what will turn into a day one box, just because, you know, it'll probably go with some of the handful of other cups and things we have. Now, it's comically backwards from, trying not to have waste. But, well, you know, nah. So I was gonna say, so the thing I was gonna maybe say was, having, like, paper plates and stuff for a little while would probably be fine. But then I realized it's maybe a little redundant to have paper plates when you could just find some basic cups. Like, again, this is where thrift stores are good, because you're bound to find some just simple cups and things that you just like. I mean, a lot of them are going to be weird looking, like branded stuff, so maybe not entirely. Like, that's the thing I remember, is it's just like a lot of like odd things people might buy for their kids. But occasionally you'll find just like regular dishes and stuff. And so that's like one place to get it, but also just like a very basic set of generic plates and drinking glasses. Like, that's the thing, we're still mostly using a bunch of like there's a specific design of plate that I feel like everybody's seen, where it's just a basic white plate with like a blue line, like a blue like outline on it. That's just what we've been using for years. And some years and years ago, we got just basic drinking glasses that just, again, they're super generic. It's the kind of thing that you could go to any store, you know, a Walmart or whatever the heck, and you're bound to, like, find. So, like, if you want to get just some super basic stuff like that, that'll do the trick for a lot of it. Holy moly. I melt the heck out of this. What about grow? Let's... Ooh, okay. Just using grow is actually really good for filling in some of these gaps. Yeah, that gets rid of some of the extreme chaos that I've let reign upon my mountains. Yeah, so like a basic set of plates, a basic set of cups, and a basic set of, like, forks and spoons and stuff. I mean, there are things that, like, you know, unlike trying to pick, like, appliances and stuff, where just, like, me and Dan will be the one using it the most, so we might as well pick it out. There is just stuff that is just so universal to use that, like, whatever you pick, you know, that's just what we'll accept that we use for the next 10 years until we break them all. I mean, what? No, I've gotten a lot better at not breaking dishes while I do them, don't worry. Again, we've had the same set for a very long time. You guys use forks? Don't worry. I never learned how to chopstick. I've tried. I don't know if it's like the shape of my fingers or what the heck is going on, but I cannot chopstick. Now, you say forks as if perhaps maybe you do not use spoons. And now I'm worried. I mean, what? Where's the spoons, Gold? This also gives you a chance to be the one to pick what type of toilet paper. So that you can avoid us just bringing a pack of incredibly cheap stuff. I mean, what? Actually, that was one thing, like, so in the sort of day one thing, I did label, like, toilet paper as a thing. But in the sort of lower priority list, I do think getting some cheaper, more generic, terrible stuff is also kind of good for, like, cleaning purposes. Because, like, you know, sometimes if you need to, like, squish a bug or something. I'm a bug, and I'm so very small. If you need to, like, squish a bug or something, you don't really want to waste the good stuff on that. Or, like, sometimes there's things where it's just, like, you want to, like, clean up something without just using a towel. Like, a paper towel is too much. I did tell you about the guy who kept a fork he used for everything. Yes? Tell me again? Question mark? I feel like this is familiar, but I do not remember the details. Oh, I remember how I was doing this before. I was having the rate up really high. But this... If you can think of it, I've probably stuck a fork in it. Man who has never heard of soup before. I mean, okay, I guess, like, you don't need... technically a spoon to soup. You can just tip the bowl into your mouth. Even yogurt. Okay, this is psychopath behavior. No, I can't approve of that. I can approve of using a butter knife on yogurt. But a fork? No, sir. This is now a hill that I will die on. A golden fork at that. Oh my gosh. I mean, I get a person's principles. Or obsessions, whichever. But truly, could he have not had perhaps at least a butter knife as a supplementary fork? Like, it's not impossible to do yogurt with a fork. It's just invalid. Sorry, like, I'm just thinking, because, like, you can get the fork kind of, like, in the, like, corners of the yogurt thing. Like, okay, so, like, the thing that bothers me about using a fork for everything, I almost think I would prefer using a spoon, if I'm being completely honest. Like, a spoon can kind of be used as a knife for, like, most things, and then, like, you know, you just scoop it up. Where it also works for soups, it also works for, like, it's inconvenient, I guess, for certain things, but there is also a certain point where, anything that is not convenient to eat with a spoon can become finger food. He was the head of the community. Oh my. Psychopaths United. That's the community. But, oh boy. I don't know. It's goofy. It's goofy, that's for sure. Makes people remember you as the fork guy, I guess. If that's what you want to be remembered as, who am I to stop you? You know, I didn't really think about the fact that, yeah, only this close to this area. Worked well for that. Yeah, that's the downside. Yeah, if you're just the fork guy. Sure, you're the fork guy, but that's it. I might have gotten a little carried away with how hilly this area is now. It really wasn't intended to be hilly. I'm gonna have to, like, re-flatten it a bunch. Ah, yes, your favorite. Crab redoing stuff over and over again, forever. Well, okay, yeah, that, yeah. Fair enough. I need it clear that it's sort of connecting upwards with this larger mountain. See, this is where, like, you get, like, video game geology. Some games are apparently, like, really good at it. That's the one thing. I've been watching, I forget his name, but there's a YouTuber that does a lot of videos where he basically follows, like, different details in video games and just like, okay, so does this area connect to this area? How do the rivers flow? Is it accurate? How does the nature in these games work in a lot of ways is kind of the point of his videos. And it's stuff like not just like riverways and other things. It's kind of interesting. One was just like, which way does the wind blow? But it's also things like you know, following power lines and just other little details like that in games. And so like that and like other things, there is a part of me that despite the fictional nature of a lot of things, you kind of want some amount of geological believability. Like, it doesn't have to be, like, crazy good, but it at least has to have the average user be able to look at it and go, okay, yeah, I could see that happening. And that can be, like, with the way just, like, rivers form and like, rivers lead to lakes, and, like, do the mountains, like, scrunch up in a way that feels like mountains would do. Doesn't have to be perfect. But arguably, sometimes the better it is. Interesting. Arguably, the better it is, the happier your players will be. In some ways. And it's kind of interesting because, like, there is a sort of transition period in fiction where it doesn't really matter as much, arguably. So this would be essentially like your Super Mario worlds, where you've got like these bizarre, like just odd vertical mountains and just all this other like oddities in the visual nature of your terrain. Huh. I was doing I can't tell if I was doing something with the cliffs here, or if this is, like, just kind of here. I kind of do want to extend the mountains back a bit, though. So, whatever I was doing, rip. Get undone, son. Yeah, I think this is just results of what I was doing before. But also, the Mario Mountains get away with being the way they are. Because they literally are just like living things with eyes. Now, granted, even the later Mario games, like the new Super Mario Brothers games, had like... I don't know, the backgrounds were kind of interesting in that they had like more geologically interesting backgrounds. Almost a little less surreal, but they kept the surrealness of it. Whoa. Okay, maybe I'm going a little far here. I feel like my game is like freezing up. I do need to back up a couple more things. I was working on moving some of my files this week. Slowly getting better backups. I do kind of feel like I should just slowly veracrypt just... not everything, but everything important I should make... files for. Obviously, I have to trust my ability to have a good password that I do not forget. What's my email password again? Oh no! Glued two passwords together. I mean, I could start doing that where I have whoa, music, okay. I could start doing that where I have a handful of password parts and I mix and match them. You would have to get you would have to get several different passwords to get all of the other ones. It's like slightly less secure than completely unique passwords, but like maybe only fully unique passwords for certain things, and then a mix of parts used for other things. The thing is, I've been using better password making strategies than I used to, which means they're much longer, but also much harder, much easier to remember. While also probably being just as secure as anything else I used to have. It's like, these days everybody really just recommends, like, the, I know it was, like, popular with the, XKCD had a comic about it. Where it's just like, yeah, when you compare, like, the security of several of them, several words and a couple numbers is really all it takes. And I mean, yeah, if 12 words can be good enough for Bitcoin, then it's probably good enough for just anything else. Now, have any ARGs done this? I just had a weird thought. There's definitely, like, you know, cases where you could have a crypto wallet that contains something that's not just, like, money. Though, I guess having the conclusion be whoever figures it out first gets the money would be kind of a funny thing. But I just thought, like, yeah, I wonder if any ARGs, basically have people trying to discover the 12-word passphrase for just, like, a wallet that it was made for the intention of the ARG. But, like, I'm not sure what you could get from a wallet, now that I think about it. Like, there's got to be, like, a wallet that basically exists, or a use of similar technology that basically exists for the intention of encrypting something, but storing it publicly. Wonder what we might do if it turned out the eyes are the key to a Bitcoin wallet. I know that there have been jokes in the past about what it would take to actually do something like that, because, like, let's say it's 9 different things. What would it take to make one that would just look like encryption instead of, you know, the more obvious being encryption? That payoff a puzzle, though. Yeah.
You want my treasure? You can have it.
Having a treasure that is out in the public for everyone to see what the treasure is, but only one person can obtain it by solving the puzzle. Gosh. See, that's the thing. Don't people gathered in 12 words.
Now you just have to find them.
wait. What's the creator of Bitcoin's name again? I need to do this. Satoshi Nakamoto. Okay, let's see. How do I do this? Oh no, now I'm laughing! I'm so bad at doing any script work because I just get laughing. It's too funny. No! I need liquid.
Wealth, fame, power. Satoshi Nakamoto had all of this and more.
Oh wait, no,
Wealth.
No, I knew I could do this voice better.
Wealth.
Wealth? No, I can't do it.
Wealth, fame, power. Satoshi Nakamoto, king of crypto, had all of this and more. Right before vanishing, his last words were...
Oh, crud. What's the quote? Oh, no! Ah, I can't. I'm dying under pressure.
You want my wallet? You can have it. I left everything I gathered in 12 words. Now you just have to find them.
Something, the golden age of crypto was born. I could probably, like, do a decent version of that if I wasn't just, like, breaking as a human being. Is there, like, a pinch function? I don't think there's, like, a pinch function. This is where I would benefit from, This is where I would benefit from 3D modeling, because you could do things like pinching. Souls to the internet. Because, like, that is what people treat their wallet as, right? They treat it like a treasure trove because it would have a load of Bitcoin on it. But, like, wouldn't it also be a wallet from before the the words. I forget if we discussed that or not. My keyboard stopped working for a second. I can't remember how this would work. Because, like, I know you can convert your stuff to the 12 words. Or however the heck all of this works. But, theirs being, like... I mean, their wallet would be super old. So, they would have had to have, like, later created their 12 words. And, like... But we don't even know if they exist anymore, right? Like... Isn't theirs, like, one of the most watched wallets in the world? Doesn't it just, like, not move? That number so they can be retroactively applied. If you have the original key. Yeah. It's not moved since before... he disappeared. Like, I can't help but wonder what is some of your feelings on that. Right, yeah. Do you think he kind of just purposefully vanished to sort of let it exist on its own? Just made a new wallet, just because, like, there's a lot of anonymity to, like, the whole ordeal of who they were or what they were doing, right? Like, you think he's dead? Oh gosh! So when you say that, what's your thought? Do you think just regular dead or murdered? Because I could see both, unfortunately, because Bitcoin does have quite a history of, you know, black market kind of existence in its early days, especially. Who knows what some of these people got wrapped up in? Also, I think there's a chance my computer has been doing a weird restarting thing because I might be accidentally pressing the Windows key and another hotkey. That might be what causes it to restart. I don't know. But I'm suspicious because it's right there where these fingerless gloves that I would only be wearing when it's cold out would touch it. Died of a chronic condition. Cryogenically, because he's that kind of guy, which kind of fits the sort of situation, I guess. You would kind of think a crypto person would also be a cryo person, yeah. Sorry. There was some clip, I guess from... It must have been a more recent Futurama episode. Where, it was... It was framed like a old, like gold panning, sort of like gold rush town kind of thing. Old-timey and all, but doing crypto mining. And, like a machine dings or something. It's like, oh, I mined another Bitcoin, and he checks it. Oh, it's just a worthless Ethereum. It's so dumb. Doom doo doom. Doom doo doom. Doom doo doom. Sorry, I'm just looking at, now that I've been streaming for a bit, I'm looking at my sticky note of topics. Speaking of encrypted things, I guess there's one stupid topic I could bring up from a video I was watching the other day. So, you can kind of tell, especially because it hits Bedrock Edition before it hits Java Edition usually, that Microsoft is the one meddling with censorship the most with Minecraft. Now, here's the weird part. Microsoft just in general has like a censorship problem. I don't really know why the company is exactly like this. Because so Age of Empires, the music that I have on right now, its online play suffers from this as well. Where it's just weirdly heavy-handed, as if any game they make, they expect there to be, like, issues with kids. Like, it's weird, because Microsoft is more heavy-handed than Nintendo, and we kind of know how Nintendo has been in the past. So I don't know really what's up with them and their, like, games department about it. And so, yeah, I think I already joked with you, Gold, about, what was it specifically? There was some specific phrase that was censored that shows up when you're saving the world, like, quitting game. Oh, I remember. It was FU. And so the save and quit is please don't turn off your computer, which includes that mixed in with it. So it gets censored, funny enough. So dumb. It's one of those weird ones where, like, because it's abbreviated, even I'm willing to say it for technical purposes. Yeah, exactly. So, it's just comically dumb, but there is an oddity that people noticed in the process, and it's that the file for which words are censored, it didn't used to be, like, encrypted or whatever. Like, you used to be able to just open it and scroll through the file, but now it is, and it's just like, it's kind of awkward. We can't see what you want to censor now. Don't like that. Yeah. And like, part of why it would be nice to see what's in the file is people were wondering about the oddity that Skibbity, like, you can't name something Skibbity anymore. And I don't know, like, if you would be able to check, like, the chat filters to see if only part of the word gets censored or not. But, the only, like, theory people, like, have is that technically part of that word is, like, slang for a type of cigarette or something. Random part happened to have a swear word, and so sharing it on Bitforum censored that part of the broke the URL. That's funny. Bitforums I understand a bit because you would expect the website to have teenagers. And I mean, yeah, teenagers are gonna see swearing, but also the internet back in like 2010 was a strange place. Because most websites expected people to be adults and to be able to handle like you know, things as adults, but then there were just enough websites that were very like heavy on expecting it to be like kids and teenagers, or, you know, 13-year-olds. Even back then we had the whole no one under 13 thing. So it's just kind of interesting, just the weird contrast of like places for kids online used to be a lot more heavy-handed, but then the internet itself was like kind of a lot less censored in a lot of ways. Now places for kids are almost worse than the places for adults. Honestly, that kind of is true in certain weird ways. Like, I mean, that's kind of the whole thing with, like, ElsaGate stuff. Sure, it's not gonna have, like, swearing, but it is gonna have, like, weirdly disturbing content. It kind of, like, weirdly redefines, like, what do you consider not safe for work? Things that traditionally, like, there's like a load of stuff that generally people wouldn't worry about, like, labeling not safe for work or having to censor in the past, because adults wouldn't, like, share that content generally. Only, like, occasionally, maybe? I don't know. YouTube kids content got real creepy and weird. And also, sometimes I wonder how much of it is, like, reproductive propaganda. I've never understood, like, how it's so many characters getting pregnant. Like, that is, like, such a high percentage of anybody that used to report on that kind of content being like, what is up with ElsaGate? And it's just like, yep, that's weird. Holy moly, that's weird. Bot, no! Bot, you are not supposed to be happy by what the bots are posting. Yeah, like, I don't know, like, it is weird. Some modern brain rot is the same as old brain rot. The specific ElsaGate stuff is, like, especially bad, and I wonder, like, how we got here, because ElsaGate isn't just videos, it's also all those Flash games for a while. Honestly, I'm assuming the teams that made the, like, make and made the videos made the Flash games. YTP is making a comeback. Yeah, actually, I would agree. YTPs have been really good recently. Well, that's the messed up thing. YouTube poops, YTPs from back in the day are less brain rot than ElsaGate content. Do we blame Arzette for this? What's that one channel that made the Arzette one? Because they're definitely one of the better ones. Were they also the one that made the one that I kept referencing for a while?
This water is dubious!
I've been saying the word dubious ever since, and I have YTPs to blame. I just wish... So when Viddy does his commercial chaos, and he uses that YTP generator, I just wish it was better. Because, like, I swear it can only produce, like, 2008 quality YTPs. Where everything is just stitched together at random. Whereas, like, modern sentence mixing is, like, such a premiumly, like, funny thing. Maybe people judged My Little Pony too harshly because of its adult fan base. Maybe that kind of content for kids needs to come back. I mean, See, that's the weird part. We still have, like, a New Ponies. But New Ponies is more geared towards what other kids' content is, from what I can tell. Or it's just, like, super dull. The vague moral educational material of Generation 4 was truly the last of its kind. I don't know. There's a couple, like, on the actual, like, educational channels, a couple decent ones that have come out in recent years. Oh my gosh, I destroyed my hair. You would know that. I actually, like, even though I watched the old... Oh my gosh, what did I do to my hair? Even though I watched Generation 4, I have not actually... I couldn't bring myself to even give the newer ones a try. It just, there was something nice about that one. Now, I have watched a couple of the old, like, not watched, but I've seen some clips of, like, Generation 1 recently. Because it is unhinged. But, there's specifically a, gosh, it is so unhinged. There's specifically a channel that does essentially YTP kind of ish. Well, it's not really YTPs, is it? It's just parody content? So, what is it? Is it what I need to find I need to find Sorry. You've gotten me down a rabbit hole. Oops. Yeah. Oh no, there was a new one. Oh, there's been several new ones that I missed. Which one are, like... Sorry, this channel is actually so stupidly funny. Yeah, it's kind of an abridged. It is actually kind of an abridged. I think abridged is probably the best thing I can call it. Can I? I'm sorry. I need to just ruin your day real quick. A series of thoughts have reminded me of something funny, and now I need the funny. Give me stupid pony parody video. How do I interact with this thing? Get... Caption!
Wow, at 5 minutes past 4 castle.
Yeah, you're going to make me blush. Listen, I'm a man, okay? I'm into manly things.
Then why do you have that purse?
It's not a purse. It's my man, Zach. Completely different.
It sure looks like a purse.
Well, can a purse do this? There, they've been transformed.
Meanwhile, at the mushroom.
You moo chick?
Oh, yes.
Cool. Ponies say you can help us defeat a T-Rex or something?
Oh, T-Rac. Yes, I've got something for him. Let me just,
Yeah, it's very much an abridged.
Just
That's definitely how I would describe it.
He's gonna lose his shit.
Okay.
Later, at 5 minutes past 4 castle.
We better hurry. It's almost 5 minutes past 4.
So?
This is not, but it's so... It's convincingly the correct quality.
But, I mean, you're half pony.
I'm half man.
If Sally has 3 daughters and
fuck is happening here? Who was that?
Tyreek!
Ponies?
Your days of kidnapping women and children are over!
Oh my god, it's not me. Scorpan's the one taking them.
Well, it's not like they have anyone else I can take.
Give us back our friend!
No, they look better this way.
Applejack!
Foolish creatures, you cannot comprehend my power. Prepare to... I'm getting the police. You broke into my house.
Oh no! We're gonna get in trouble!
Oh no, we are not dragging this out. Bam! Oh. Okay.
Oh, it's so cute. I mean,
That purse is super strong!
it's not a purse.
Look!
No, what is happening? No. I'm emasculated.
Hey, look at Tyreek! He's become a real man!
Yes, I've become a real man now. I've learned that being a man isn't what society dictates, but rather what you yourself make of it.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
And so, they all lived happily ever after. Except for Megan. She's never happy.
Oh no! Ah! Ah! By the way, I love how this stupid one. This is just titled Men, and it's the sequel to another one on this channel just called Women. Oh. Sorry. One second. You get one more of these. Also, it's from Scooter Tricks Studios, I guess is the channel. You get one more of these, and then we get back to what I was doing. Let me. I gotta. How do I stop this? And then. Oh, okay. I had the wrong thing selected. Gotcha. One more of these.
But hey, what's new with you guys? You guys like cake?
What?
Cake. You guys eat cake, right? You like cake?
This is a movie.
Yeah?
You're watching a movie with friends right now.
Gotcha.
What?
There's eggs in cake.
Oh, I see what this is.
We eat vegan cakes, you idiot.
Vegan cakes?
Yeah, with Greek yogurt.
Aha! But where does the milk come from for the yogurt?
Coconuts. It's coconut milk.
Oh.
Yeah. Idiot.
Well, what
No,
about...
dude, stop, just stop. We know what goes into our food, okay? It's all vegan. We just eat grass and vegan cake.
Yeah, listen, Heartthrob, just accept that you're a monster and let's move on, okay?
What about birds? You eaten a baby bird before?
Well, that doesn't count.
Aha!
Oh, no,
No,
what?
come on,
Who
no,
has
no,
eaten a
that's
baby
different.
bird now and then? Well, that's just nature. How am I supposed to know what's in front of my face when I'm grazing?
Yeah.
Oh, what? You can't hear them chirping?
Not with these ears.
It's their fault for getting in the way.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. I've eaten birds too.
It's not like I'm proud of it.
I'm with you guys.
Fuck off.
So stupid.
Liberty Mutual.
Get this thing out of my... Ah! I'm okay. You may leave. The floating head has granted you permission to leave. Okay. Enough of that. It's funny, this is like one of the only ways I get ads, by the way. Just because AdBlock doesn't work through the OBS browser. Okay, see? Thanks for checking in! Enters, talks about YTPs, doesn't elaborate, leaves. Good? Question mark? paid out the ponies. Oh, but anyway, that original pony series is actually unhinged though. Even without like the abridged version. Wait, don't. Oh no, I think I understand the problem. Oh no! Mistakes have been made. But, yeah, the abridged version is so absolutely unhinged. Sorry, I just want to be a floating head today. Is that so much to ask for? Oh. Okay, I gotta go get the door, I guess? Bye? I'll be back, I guess. See ya. Oh gosh. I'm returning. Slowly. Give me a second. One second, I gotta... Okay, I need a minute. Give me a minute. Sorry, our package was delivered to a neighbor by accident, so they rung the doorbell, and I want to text and say thanks. Wait, how do I spell their name? Oh no! I think it was... Oh gosh. I think it was... the wife? Sorry. I only have the husband's number for some reason. Oh, it's gonna be awkward if it was him driving the car and not her. I didn't get a good look. Ah, da 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 da. It would be funny if that ends up being the package that we've been waiting on for like several weeks now, and then it just gets delivered slightly improperly. Oh my gosh. You know. I'd like to not be buying anything online right now. A little hard to show the man, though, when things like car repairs need to be done. Okay. I immediately see my webcam and I'm like, my hair is the... Which way does my hair go again? Sorry. If I put my hair the other way, comically, I just... looks weird. Makes my head shape different. It's weird, because, like, in real life, it doesn't actually matter. It's just because the camera is, like, one specific way. Oh, that's my ear. I'm like, what is that, like, shimmering thing? It's literally just my ear. But my hair can go either way. Then what does my twin do? I can't believe we got stoned. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, something about the Pony series being unhinged, and then the abridged version is like extra unhinged. That applies to the like other abridged version as well, the one where like all those songs came from all that time ago. What was I gonna say? I gotta sneeze again. Oh no, it's gonna happen. So I'm trying to remember, what were my settings? So I want to flatten up edges like this. But... oh, I remember. I gotta lower the smoothing effect, I think. Yeah, that's how I get these little, like, cliffs. Okay. Just, you know, just some cliffs here and there. You know, this music reminds me. I don't know if this music was originally digitally made or if it was. Oh, one per stream every time. Or if it was actually like instrumentated, whatever you would call that. But hello. What a thing to enter in on. The bots have risen. The one of those little things to make your digital like acoustic guitar so much more convincing really is just to add fake strums to it. Is it cheating? Who knows? But hey, it just feels nice, so why not do it? Who needs to have, technically, I don't know, less authentic music? But anyway, I know I was saying something stupid about, like, the Scooter Tricks? Whatever that parody channel is. But I don't remember anymore, so maybe it was nothing. Maybe we were never meant to know the joke that I was going to make about unhinged parodies. Part of me feels like having an amount of cliffs does make sense, but some of the spots I've put them don't fully feel natural. I think I somewhat see why, but it's hard to get quite right. I feel like I'm just adding them at random a little too much. Also, I'm wondering maybe I should try noising up. Yeah, one second. I'm gonna do that thing where I make the hills noisy first, and then, like, re-smooth them a bit. Oh, boy. There's still dirt under everything. Ah! Okay, so slightly more unroughened. What a name. I'll have to redo the cliffs a bit, but I do think this is worth the effort. Right? It just crusts things just a little bit more. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. Oh yeah, you were talking about that last week. Where were you at last week? I can't remember. Now, I unloaded some of these chunks while working on them. Did that break anything? Doesn't look like it. We will crunch and then and then uncrunch the terrain. Ah, okay. See, this week, I'm trying to actually make progress on this instead of trying to make trees for 4 hours. The realization that I only get 3 to 4 hours a week to work on this is well, it motivates me to maybe work a little faster. or change my priorities of what I'm working on at any given time. I want to see progress, but I need to do it in a way where I'm also making progress. I'm not poggers enough. So I can get prismarine for sea lanterns. Wait, are you doing this in survival? I think I forgot whether that was a detail before. Oh! Oh boy. Yeah, okay, that would, that'd do it. Oh my. You know, I somewhat miss the, Skyblock playthrough me and Dan were doing, because I kind of enjoyed that I was doing some of those projects in survival. Oops. The thing in that I remember, because speaking of towers, I guess, the thing in that I remember I was working on is I was trying to add clouds under Dan's tower to make it look like it was coming out of the sky. I like how my go-to in Minecraft when I want to build a large project seems to be pick something that I can make out of snow. 'Cause back, I guess it was 2012 when I moved the first time. It was when Homestuck was, like, really big. Yeah, I already did the funny voices. You don't get any more. And so I actually made at least the exterior of the tower, the big white tower with like the orb on top in Homestuck. I think I even might have the picture still of the reference image I was using for it. I was actually really happy with that, and it was because I started a survival world while in the place that we were living between houses. I started a survival world, and I spawned on an island. Whoa. Oh, maybe it does mess it up when it goes out of the chunk. That's an interesting problem. What happens if I smooth this with the basic smooth? Yeah, it's gonna be, like, really noisy. Huh. This is an accident. Yeah, sea lanterns are really nice. I don't know if I've ever actually gone through the effort of setting up a guardian farm. When I was on that Scarlet Acres server years ago, somebody else already had set up one, and I used a lot of prismarine. I do find it kind of unfortunate sometimes where you have blocks in Minecraft that are just really good. Like, really good, nice building blocks, but the effort to set up, like, a farm or to obtain them, a little bit of a pain. I would say the underwater monuments are some of my least favorite to deal with sometimes. Like, they're a little better once you kill the main guys, but, all in all, they're kind of annoying. When I was thinking of setting up a new, Minecraft server, one of the seeds that I had stumbled upon, like just starting up new seeds, it was just a village that like had piers extending out in the water. It was really neat. Seemed like a cool starting area, but starting in a village is probably a little weird. I need to blow my nose. Okay. Nose blown and hands cleaned. Oh, yeah, the pathway kind of got wrecked. Oh, man, maybe I should have just Control-Z'd out of that. It's too late now, but... Oops. I hope I don't have too many other areas I accidentally did this to. Because, yeah, that is pretty crusty what I did to it. But yeah, so, funny enough, because of the difficulties of, making an island, like, so I spawned on a pretty small island on that old world. I could probably find the save file. It's gotta be somewhere. But yeah, because of the difficulties of, like, the island just was not big enough. Yeah, I had to build out and extend it a bit, but I always have to build things kind of hollow. Oof. Oh, I messed up bad. Okay, do not unload chunks and do the roughen filter. That's... I mean, that's salvageable, but... Oh! It's fine, everything's fine. You know, the mountains were meant to be kind of chaotic, but this is... Oh, gosh. Okay, only do it within render distance. Got it. I guess for that reason, I'm gonna set the render distance up a bit for a little while. Sorry, chat. I mean, what happens if I use just this one on this? Does it I guess it smooths it the way that I'm intending. But yeah, the so the island was hollow underneath. I never actually built any buildings in the tower. I think I would have needed more reference images, and internet was not very stable at that time. Specifically because, yeah, internet was like... Well, I don't know. It was maybe a little questionable how we were getting our internet in that building. It was just like, I don't know, it was crusty. But, oh yeah, let me roughen this area as well. That's not the correct thing. I don't know why these don't click a lot of times. I don't really have that problem in anything else. So yeah, the internet was a bit crusty. And so, like, I was probably reading Homestuck still at the time, but, wasn't doing too much on the internet. So I only really had the outside reference image to work on. But anyway, the actual the point of this story is that it was what led me the first time to disable mob griefing. Because my hollow island, Endermen would spawn underneath, or they would spawn and then end up underneath, or they would just spawn at night. I think 2012 Endermen were still kind of new. I think this is what made me not like them as much as I did initially. They would steal parts of my island and keep putting holes in it. It got so frustrating. And yeah, so it just kind of ended up switching over to playing with mob griefing false on a lot of other playthroughs and stuff. I'm always a little mixed on a game like Minecraft having destructive mobs, I guess you could say. I guess another thing from my sticky note, I've been thinking of trying Vintage Story at some point. I really want to give that a try because it does look interesting. Need to, you know, I've managed to never have an itch account, but I think I'd probably buy it on that from the looks of it as an option. I think, yeah, like, I mean, it is interesting, at least to me, that Vintage Story was originally another example of Minecraft modders getting annoyed at the limitations of making their, essentially trying to make games in Minecraft, and kind of, like, moving on from it. So, I am left curious, because it seems to be a much more, like, survival-centric Minecraft, and that's my, like, weird mixed feeling, is Minecraft is in this odd spot where it's trying to be too many things at once sometimes. It's trying to be like a sandbox, it's trying to be like an adventure thing, it's trying to be just a survival thing. And as much as I've loved growing up with it, maybe it's time to see what some other Minecraft-esque experiences can get me that are, like, curated for specific feelings. This is, I think... Oh, what's the other one? Hytale? I think this is unfortunately why Hytale has been, like, such a forever development kind of thing. I think it also tries to be too many things at once. It tries to be too much Minecraft and not just picking one thing. Where I think that group would have benefited... I guess, like, the oddity that a lot of other small developers popped up, where these other small developers, yeah, it's hard not for something like that to go under the radar when they're trying to, like, essentially catch up to the Minecraft status quo with, you know, without all the years behind it, and then trying to surpass it. I get water all over myself. And so they would have probably benefited from just trying to make a game that is their sort of mini-game server thing that they started as with Minecraft. Because I think they still do the Hypixel servers. Which is such an odd thing to think about, like, you know... branching away from Minecraft and still hosting their servers. But that's the thing, though. Other small developers have popped up that also have been like making the Hypixel type mini games, the Minecraft mini game like server experience, but I think there's some that are like mobile versions and like web versions, and I don't know, it just seems like it's kind of to the oh wait, oh I messed up. It's kind of to the benefit of like picking what you want your game to be and just building around that. Because again, like, people that really, really like survival Minecraft, from the sounds of it, they really do seem to like Vintage Story. And yeah, Vintage Story seems to be focused on that one vibe of Minecraft. Or modded Minecraft, even. So... the thing that I feel like I just need is something that feels like Minecraft, like, industry mods. I know that, various factory games exist. But weirdly enough, maybe I don't need something that feels like Minecraft factory mods. Maybe I need something that solves the problem with Minecraft factory mods, because unfortunately, what is the name of that game? Because I know Factorio, but Factorio I think is the top-down. Satisfactory is, I think, the one I'm thinking of, which is 3D. There are so many industry games. And here I'm, like, looking at Dwarf Fortress and possibly doing 1,000,000 hours in that one day. Oh gosh, RimWorld, too. I really want to do a RimWorld playthrough. I need to get these games first. Yeah, so Satisfactory and other games, they have the same weird problem I have with, Minecraft factory mod stuff, where there's a sense of, like, what's my goal, I guess? What am I solving? Because, like, like, in real life, factories and industrialization, you know, they kind of fills needs. But in a lot of survival games, you don't quite have needs to that extent. Like, you tend to solve your food problem and you don't really have other, like, survival issues to a notable extent. So you're just kind of shipping things off to mysterious outer realms or whatever. Games like Oxygen Not Included kind of have a proper goal because they're colony management. Unfortunately, they either do not, like that and like Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld, either they do not have the factory building element as much. Or I guess that's the thing, they just don't actually generally. It's like usually very limited. Maybe that's the sort of weird problem. I need one of these games that can let me get to the point where I'm not, like, focused on what each individual colonist is doing as a job. I want to actively be, like, making the industrialization stuff as part of the gameplay to, like, be able to manage a larger colony without micromanaging each one. Like, maybe that's the point of it. Maybe it misses out on, like, what its purpose is in, like, real life. To increase the scale of your colony. Like, it's cool RimWorld people do those really, really big colonies, but I do not know how you're supposed to manage those. I'm not 100% sure if the game was made for that scale. It feels like not, especially because I think you have to mod it to, like, get to some levels of that. But yeah, I don't think Vintage Story has that kind of content. That kind of modded feel. I think it has probably more of like magic systems and survival gear. Shrug? Is that a shrug? That is sort of a shrug. That's like a sorry, that's like a whoopsie. My bad kind of shrug. I don't know. But yeah, at some point trying a couple other games would be nice. See, I think what I want, what I'm looking for in a sort of factory building game. It's like, do I fill this niche one day? I don't know. I think what I'm looking for is something vaguely SimCity-esque. Or maybe not quite SimCity. No, not SimCity. The closest thing I can think of that gives me this vibe, and unfortunately, even that has like some weird problems that I've never quite gotten into playing it long term. Maybe it's just not the specific part of the... It's not the niche within the niche I'm looking for, but Transportation Tycoon inches just a little bit. Interesting. Inches just a little bit into what I'm looking for. Specifically, you're building a bunch of these sort of automated things. To make the cities grow. Like the thriving of society is based on your work building all this stuff. I just need something that like lets me like build individual like yeah, I need like industry sim where like the cities kind of do their own thing, but like I'm making the entire pipeline of technology or something. I don't know. I've always wondered, there were Minecraft mods back in the day where you could supply like villages materials and the village would grow. I've never seen one of those villages scale up more than a couple extra houses though. I'm not really sure how the, like, if I just never played long enough or if it sort of breaks down after a while. But that kind of had the feeling. Like, if you could automate the construction of supplies for various things as your goal, just supplying the village stuff to grow. Now, it's probably a little hard to tell why I've been smoothing to the like why I roughened the terrain and smoothed it, but it's subtle. But you can see it's not perfect anymore. It was too perfect before. Now it's got like a little bit of edginess to it that I like. Just a little edgy. Not too edgy, just like real life. Just a little edgy is nice. Too edgy and you've gone too far. I think, to an extent... Oh, interesting. I think to an extent, the vibe of automating a process kind of calls back to a core issue, I guess, with a lot of games, where games involve a lot of grinding. And at some point, you oftentimes wish you could just earn the ability to, like, just obtain more of, like, a material or whatever else. Like, you know, you do just enough work, and now you don't have to get that anymore. Like, it becomes a solved issue, I guess. And I think with resource management games, that's kind of the vibe. I want the ability to solve the issues and then move on to the next. And I want that feeling of, like, it unlocks more things to do as you solve the issues. Which I think gets into a bit of what happens with Transportation Tycoon. Why it doesn't entirely work for me. The base game is quite simple, if I recall. Or it's like a lot of work for very little mechanically. Unfortunately, the mods are like way too complicated, where it just like there's it's like it kind of feels like I would probably get really into it, but you know, you have to get an industry to work, you need like another industry's materials. And that industry can be like half across the map, and then you're like transporting to that. And then you have to get half a dozen other things, and then you finally get one new material that then maybe you can sell to one other thing. And it's just like there's so much involved. And there's no clear paths to solving those problems, I guess. And maybe it's just the issue that those mods were probably made for hardcore fans, where at that point they are good enough at doing the game that they can solve these as like almost trivial problems to solve. And maybe I just didn't find an intermediary difficulty of it. Like another mod, maybe, that it's more for, like, medium players. And sometimes I think I do like the intricate, like, processing aspect of it. This is where Minecraft farming, mods or not, can get kind of interesting, and why every time Mojang nerfs it, it hurts a part of my soul. Where, like, different materials, yeah, like, so the, you have to do some manual work. There's probably a non-manual way of it, but, like, the easiest one is, like, getting a snow golem in a correct spot, and then, like, mining under it, you can get infinite snow. Then plants have things where it's just like, okay, you set up things to detect whether the plant is grown, and then you break the plant and have to, like, transport the stuff out of the farm area. Mob farms get interesting because, like, different mobs require, like, different things to be farmed. Like, you were talking the Guardian farm earlier. And yeah, that one... You have to basically destroy the entire underwater building. And then, like, build, like, a bunch of signs underneath into an open air area where they'll fall to their death as they spawn in the water. You've got, like, golem farms. Where you have to basically make some kind of apartment complex. And that triggers them to spawn, and then they have to, like, fall from a height. You can do, like, weird things like, yeah, Iron Golem farms, I mean, they've varied over the years. It's hard for me to know how complicated they are now. Just because they've changed a bunch, as Mojang has flip-flopped on whether or not they want to prevent people from making them. But yeah, then there's, like, the oddity that you can separate different mobs into different, like, locations. Using, like, cats and wolves and stuff to separate, like, creepers and skeletons out. So there's like, enough, like, problem-solving elements that makes me kind of like Minecraft farms. But then there's just the issue that, if I'm being honest, as much as I like Minecraft, I love the planning phase and not so much the doing phase for most things. I think this is why I got really into the create mod for a while. Terraformers, I think, are redundant by the point you can actually make them. For ender pearls, kind of. However, they were always, like, the best EXP farms. And so if you're on a server, if they still work the way they used to, building an ender was always, like, a huge thing, because I know I always was finding myself back at the ender to fill up some enchantments. It is a little disappointing, though. Yeah, you'll set up a farm, and it does feel sometimes that it's just like, unless you want a lot of a single material, the amount of building work that you have to do, it's, I don't know. I don't know how people make time and effort for big Minecraft builds, especially if they're doing it in survival. Well, I guess notably if they're doing it in survival. In creative mode, especially with mods like this, it's a little bit of a different topic, just because I am changing hundreds of thousands of blocks like it is nothing. Which I still wonder if that can't be good for my computer. But, yeah. I think I got into the create mod so much because there were so many different things that you could like build a farm and sort of set and forget, or build a machine to produce a material. A lot of my stuff revolved around materials that I had built farms for. It's just awkward because there's no real solution in Minecraft. For the process of needing to essentially build materials out of nothing. Like to make those kind of hacky farms where you're like producing cobblestone and then producing this and then this and then this, you know. Just because the process of automatic mining is just unviable with render distance issues. I think some groups have started fixing that a little bit by adding like chunk loading aspects. But there's still a limitation to that as well, where one of the nicest things, you can set up the create mod with its trains. The trains can go into unloaded chunks and they can do things, but it kind of creates a whole thing where that just means you can build like really big train sets or operate certain things on servers if there's other people doing things in other areas. Ultimately, none of your farms are really going to be doing anything off-screen. Unless you're using another chunk loader feature. Which is truly the ultimate issue of not just modding Minecraft, but making any industry game. The scaling of the scaling of your world is eventually going to lag out the player like crazy. You can't have everything going at once. You can try, but it ain't gonna work out well, unfortunately. Like there's some level of cheats you can kind of do. One of the things I've thought about in the past is you can add a time element to the way the world is loaded. And so long as certain functions are deterministic over time, you can have them different as you come into them, but like that then gets further complicated when you like build stuff into an area and then come back to it. Like how do you then decide what changes with the changes, I guess you could say. Yeah, so it gets interesting. Problem that happens with prolonged sessions of Noida. Yeah, you get a little bit of that. Yeah, Noida I was kind of thinking a bit about, because things will go off screen like liquids, and like I guess it's a little weird because if I 2D over here, oh man, I gotta change the speed again. so, like, if this campfire is the player, there's, like, obviously a render, like, around you at any point is sort of a max bound of, like, only this area around you is loaded or whatever. And so, liquids will come down. Like, you have some liquid fall. And the problem is, yeah, it'll start kind of just, like, piling up down here. And then you move down and it starts falling again. That is definitely an example of where it gets kind of funky. There's a couple other weird issues with, Noida gets a little buggy at the chunk edges. But yeah, in general, not just Noida, but a lot of different games don't feel like they stay alive. Like, once you leave an area and then come back. Like, I had that Minecraft, Seasons mod. And unfortunately, the snow would only fall around the player. It had a weird thing where it would try... Oops, I have this set wrong. Yeah, well, that's the discussion I'm having here, is the core issue games suffer, where if you want your world to be alive, the seemingly very difficult, if not impossible, issue to solve is that not everything is loaded at once, and not everything can be loaded at once. So yeah, yeah, Noida has a little bit of that going on. That's a little awkward. But yeah, that Minecraft weather mod that I was using, in my modded playthrough, which, by the way, half the reason I stopped that modded playthrough for now, and I'll probably just start a new one eventually, the new computer's gonna help. I know I keep saying that about a lot of different things, but, not gonna lie, kinda true. It just got so laggy near the end. There were just too many things for my computer to handle. Even if I had stripped down some of the mods, I don't think I would have been able to solve it. Yeah, in Minecraft, yeah, the spawn area is actually always loaded, which is like a weird little thing. Which unfortunately means if you make, like, your factory or whatever in Minecraft in the spawn area with mods enabled, like, uh-oh. You'll never escape the lag, even if you move somewhere else. Though it also means you can leave your factory, like, running, which is the benefit. Oh, it's huge game-breaking issues keep... Yeah, like, the weird stuff that you were messing with bosses and stuff, I think. So, it's Comey and the Sun, right? Those are just... Are those the main two that keep things loaded? Tiny does? Oh, I guess that makes sense. Okay, I guess anything that, like, just rips through everything. Oh, okay, that would explain, I guess... Isn't that how a lot of the teleport wands work? Is they use some of these weird, like, mechanics to their advantage? I'm debating whether or not I need, like... Do I want soft mountain tops? Or sharper looking ones? So I have to fight. He's completely harmless. Yeah. What, the sun isn't harmless? I still found that concept funny the other day of the idea that, like, if they were to hide anything like a material check, the funniest one they could do is a material check to check if there is no water in the water biome, and having it long distance where you would have to have the sun destroy the water biome. They're pretty weird and complicated. Oh. Can I stop dying now? So, if I... Oh wait, I'm using the wrong one. So can I, like, at least make the mountains a little sharper? Yeah, I guess I can. No reason not to have pointy mountains, right? But yeah, I've thought long and hard about different ways that you could, simulate games so that you could have, like, again, some of these, like, larger, like, industry-focused games, or things similar to the Minecraft mods I like, and have, the player be able to make bases in multiple places. Like, I think that is my main problem, is I want a lot of these weird ideas of mine to be able to come true. Like, we definitely haven't hit a point where computers have solved, like, all of the things I want to do with video game ideas. Like, I can definitely at least be somewhat confident that people haven't been able to do some of the ideas I've wanted to first. Just because, I mean, it's really just not easy. Not easy to simulate some of this stuff. But I also don't know if I'm actually currently at all smart enough to solve some of the issues I want to solve, like, myself. I might be able to come up with some ideas, but I'm just not 100% sure if it would be enough. Or, I guess, implement some ideas, because I have a couple ideas. Just how good they are is part of the question. Okay. So I'm just gonna take a look, because I think I've done most of the smoothing and whatnot that I was working on. This mountain is, interestingly, like, kind of just on its own. Like, I want, like, a third peak here. Really doesn't want to give me one, though. There we go. Oh, the back half of this isn't smooth. What am I doing? Maybe I come back to this. Or, you know, I guess I could do it now. But, yeah, so one of the weird ideas I've had to use maybe in a game concept would be to use this preset. Would be to let the player create, like, machines or whatnot, that it then assigns stats to, And so, like, part of the problem solving is that you see, like, actually, you know what, let me just demonstrate this in Minecraft. The heck am I doing? Oh, right, I'm not in, like, F3 mode or whatever. Okay, there we go. Oh, the bot is busy solving the eyes. So, like, let's say you want to build a machine, and it opens up a screen. Oh! Slow down here, Sonny Jim. So it opens up a screen, and you can, like, assign it, like, I don't know, inputs. And then, like, parts of the machine that, like, do different things. And then, like, inevitably, like, an output. And it'll run, like, the sort of simulation of what the inputs and the outputs are. And it'll give you, like, sort of stats. It's like, okay, if you feed it this much of these, it'll output this much of that, or something like that. And so, the player gets these, like, mini puzzles to solve, where they're making, like, these machines, and then, you know, when they're actually just playing, like, the game otherwise, well, the machine that they have in the main game doesn't have all of those complex components. It can basically be condensed just into one basic little asset, just a simple, like, graphic or whatever, and, you know, you put the inputs in, it gets the output. It just works off the stats that were determined by the simulation that you run when you create it. And I'm almost certain something has done something similar to this in the past. But that would be one kind of way you could solve some of the scaling issues of making a game with, like, a heavy amount of, like, industry stuff. Or a lot of, like, various, like, creative, like, building tools and whatnot. Is to only kind of like only simulate it once in a sort of deterministic environment, and then not simulate it ever again and just give the determined output. I think it's interesting because it creates a gameplay element out of what is otherwise usually a limitation. I don't know why that just suddenly resets. Are we scaling the eyes now? Yeah, unfortunately, bot, it would be dumb to alphabet chain the trigrams. We've tried over and over to no avail. Okay, am I crazy, or have I just, like, created a location where, like, a little castle would go? Okay, so flatten up, low smoothing. I wonder what looks the best doing this. Probably not that. I think I'll stick with this style. But there's also this style, which... Oh, I didn't use the right style. Or do I want to use, like, this style so that it tapers better? Maybe. Now, one thing about this topic that's actually kind of interesting to me is Terraria. I don't know what Terraria is doing specifically, but it actually does seemingly keep the world kind of loaded. And I think it's doing it a way that I would like to do in a project of my own at some point. Where specifically, you don't technically need to keep an area loaded when you're working with voxel type stuff or you know, deformable terrain or whatever else. You just need a really good system where it can access the data like random, like chunks and random like voxels or whatever, pixels. Yeah, you just need it to be able to access that, check what it's looking at, and then perform an action. So one of the ways Terraria utilizes this that's very helpful to players is a lot of the mechanics related to Terraria's jungle. Specifically, so there's the fruits that you need to collect to make the Plantera boss spawn. Or I think it's a bulb plant of some kind. So those actually do spawn randomly over time, and one of the things I watched a content creator for a while that did a lot of Terraria stuff. One of the things they would do is they would kind of just like, if they were trying to do it fast and didn't have anything else to work on, they would AFK, and then just check their map periodically. Funny enough, they might even they would sometimes even leave their map open, because like, I guess the map screen will update changes, even if you haven't been there, which is not something you see too often. Yeah, any sort of plant or foliage, but I was just using that one as an example because the jungle is just especially because, yeah, the jungle grows a bit. Yeah, there's a lot of plants in Terraria that grow when you're not there, and I do really like it. Yeah, I wasn't sure about Liquid because, like, I mean, maybe does it simulate off screen? I could see them doing something to let it simulate off screen where it's slow, but the thing I'm not sure is just like, am I like underestimating whether or not the whole map is actually just actively loaded the whole time and it's more than I think it is? Like, I don't know. I'm assuming they're doing what I think, and they're using just some clever stuff to like load only certain bits at a time, perform actions on them, and kind of move to the next bits. So that is something you can do for a lot of games. Now Terraria also gets away with it a little easier, than something like Minecraft, because it does have a specific map size. Though part of my argument may very well be that this is just a good argument in general for more finite map-sized games. Because making your world feel more alive is probably better than making your world bigger. That said, this has kind of been a thought I've had. So I have a data pack in Minecraft that I haven't updated for a long time. I'd like to work on it again, and I used it during my modded streams. Throughout my modded playthrough, you might have noticed, and I brought it up like as a topic. Well, okay, I can't really say you might have noticed, because you very certainly would have noticed the data pack being enabled, because it is what destroyed my entire base. Because part of that data pack is I had the version of it installed that makes the Nether take over the overworld. And so, yeah, that kind of destroyed everything. But otherwise, you might have noticed throughout the playthrough of that modded playthrough that all the trees were, like, slowly... Well, okay, the trees... I never finished the tree part of the data pack, unfortunately, so maybe not the trees. But all the grass and the vines and everything that was just growing... Yeah, until the Nether took it over, it was really neat just kind of watching my base get overgrown. And the way I did handle that one is areas around the player had a higher amount of entropy, and it would sort of lower how often it would check things the further out it got. So technically, if you have a game that has a huge world or an infinite world or whatever else, you can kind of make that compromise of having everything update in real time around the player, and then change it a much slower rate further away from the player. Now, the limitation of the data pack is I could not load chunks for it. There's probably some goofy way I could, but at least the way I had it set up, it couldn't load chunks. But if you were making a game, like, for yourself, and you had, like, full access to everything, yeah, you could have it check, like, outer chunks a bit, and, update them a little. Because I think, so long as the world is updating a little bit, players are going to kind of absorb that, that change, and they don't need it to be, like, everything, like, at the same rate. I think the player can generally forgive some limitations, so long as the tech is cool. Now, that weather mod that I had, that I don't think my data pack liked being compatible with, just because I remember my data pack would add, like, layers of snow, but so would the weather mod, and I think it got, like, a little weird sometimes. Like, I don't think my data pack was built to be compatible with it. But, that one was weird because when it was winter, the game would try. It would at least somewhat try to, See, I added this cliff here, but part of me's like, why do I have a cliff here? Do I need a cliff here? Is there anything that would explain this having a cliff here? Like, just a weird cliff. Yeah, so the weather mod would try, to, make it winter in areas you would travel to. So you would go into an area and it would be snowy, but it wouldn't always succeed, and I don't know what the actual, like, limitations of it were that it would kind of mess up a bit. Yeah, it was a bit odd at times. And also the snow, like, the problem is it would be able to add the snow when you would go into an area, but the snow would have to go away naturally when you went back, so the immersion kind of was ruined a little bit. It is so much a case of it tried, and it almost succeeded, but had some problems. Looks pretty cool, though. Anything else I was going to add to that? I'm not sure. I know there could be more to the conversation. Oh, well, I guess getting even, like, further into the weeds of some of these thoughts. Actually, that was kind of fine. I did it on accident. It looks kind of neat. Sort of my ultimate goal with trying to figure out, okay, how do you optimize things so they can run when you're, out of the area. So, I guess, actually, before I get to the other part of it, part of what I was thinking, if you had some sort of, like, time, time axis on the way the game loads chunks, you could kind of solve the whole snow issue. For instance, maybe every block of air that is right above another block, or like a solid block, is a special kind of air that, when winter weather starts happening, when winter weather starts happening in the game, it needs to reference a noise map of, like, okay, if I'm on this part of the time axis, I need to have this snow, like this amount of snow, or there's this chance that I am a snow block instead when the player comes back. Seasonal stuff like that. I mean, some stuff is really easy to do, like, seasonally, like leaves and whatnot on trees. But I guess it does get kind of interesting, because I feel like when you hit the point where, like, the trees don't have any leaves, do you also have some kind of special version of the leaves that are just invisible? Like, they are air blocks? They can be replaced by any block that gets placed where they are. And, they still work like leaf blocks, where, the main thing with, like, leaves is they, you break the logs nearby, they vanish. Would that be the way you can have, like, leaves die? Or like, so if you break the tree, the leaves will, like, destroy themselves, like, immediately. The invisible leaves, I should say. So that when the season changes again, the player isn't, like, suddenly surprised by, like, leaves on a spot where they had destroyed a tree before. Like, man, I wish I had, like, an infinite amount of time to develop games and stuff, because there's all these, like, little problem-solving things that I just get obsessed about. But yeah, time axis is definitely something. Worth thinking about for any sort of project like this. Ooh. See, I wasn't sure about this hill, but I just realized I could make it kind of cool. If I make it like a cliff instead... And maybe I could make some sort of like tiered kingdom. Wait, is that why it's called Tears of the Kingdom? Wait. Wait. Is the name of that game a pun? It's not just like the sort of mourning of like the kingdom from like damage and everything. Is it because the Hyrule is now in tears? Please tell me. Am I dumb? Is this a thing? Did everybody else know this? Am I crazy? It feels like legitimately that would be the reason it's named that. And I don't know if it's just like obvious to everybody but me. Please tell me somebody else here didn't like make that association already. I know I'm a little slow in certain ways, but dear goodness. So I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this, because like, do I need to extend this out? Because I want this to be like enough of a spot where like a pathway could come up here, and maybe there's like stacked houses or something cool. I don't know. I could make this cliff a little... I swear I just heard like a rubber ball fall. The fact that nobody has responded about whether or not they made that association with Tears of the Kingdom is scaring me, that you're all just trying not to disappoint me. I mean, what? You all knew. And you just don't want to see me wrong. Or dumb, or whatever the heck is going on now. I don't even know anymore. So I'm gonna use, like, these roughened layers of things to sort of be my divider of, I've finished this area, I have not finished this area. Okay, fair enough, I guess. I definitely think I was gonna add a river down this way, and it kind of got flattened out of existence, maybe. Yeah, I could add like a little, like, lake here? Maybe 2 lakes? A series of lakes? Oops. What was I talking? Oh, I was talking about, yeah, loading things. So, the ultimate goal of me thinking about these kinds of issues over the years has been a game that I've wanted to make for years. And there's like 1,000 other games kind of like it. Probably, at this point. But mine is special to me, and that's all that matters. And that is, oops. Stop. Why can I not click these sometimes properly? Is it me? Is it it? And yeah, so I've wanted to make a game where you build like a kingdom and everything, and you know, in a weird way, it's probably kind of like a factory game because like you build an area of the kingdom, you can kind of set and forget it. It is now like a thing that produces materials and whatnot. Link falls into the darkness and you don't play as him. Is this a thing now? Yeah, whoever falls into the darkness is not the player character, confirmed. Right. Cylinder, 0 height. But, so the ultimate thing of this is not only being able to make a kingdom simulation game that is, like, you know, just generally very good. Where, like, the kingdom itself can scale up a good bit. But also just the ability to have other, like, kingdoms. Because, like, Age of Empires, as the music that is currently playing, funny enough. Uh-oh. When's that gonna... Is that fine? It's okay, I guess. No, I don't like it. Yeah, Age of Empires is the inspiring game for me just wanting to play Age of Empires and just, like, make, like, you know, kingdoms and not have to, like, fight all the time. Yeah, it is, definitely one of those weird things where I want there to be, like, the ability to have, like, the Between the Kingdoms, feuds and fights and that kind of stuff, but I also kind of want them to be, like, a little further away from each other, to some extent. Or maybe even a lot of them, or you can, like, travel a good ways and, yeah, deal with, like, different ones. And so, I guess, like, in that process, I need to figure out a way, because at a certain point, you just have too many other, like, rivaling clans or whatever the heck. Or the other kingdom has, like, gone on for too long and it's just, like, there's so much processing. It, like, part of me is just like, how can I have things happening in the rest of the world without breaking the bank on the CPU? And, yeah, there's part of me that feels like I don't know. Water, please. Kinda forgot I could just do that. Yes, fill the world, Wind Waker be like. I don't know if there would be, like, this many, like, little lakes and ponds up in the mountain, but... You can't stop me, I don't know how to read. I'm starting to think that the destruction I've done to the rivers makes me need to redo them. Yeah, let me destroy some of these rivers and just redo them, I think. Because I kind of messed them up. Something fierce? I kind of always knew this would probably become a problem. Oh wait, no, I already read that. This is pretty easy to see where the rivers are. Which means I'm doing something right, right? Yeah, so, yeah, I don't 100% know what kind of solution you could have to faking, like, the progression of another city, in these sorts of game ideas. The big thing that I worry about is the sense of, like, do we risk a, the computer cheats kind of feeling? I could sort of simulate the idea that it's just like, okay, you can expect the city, their city to expand out at, like, this sort of rate, and do this or that, but, like, I don't know, like, I feel like you would have to keep some kind of tally on the map of, like, you would just have to keep, like, a thing running that, like, detects resources and like, nearby resources. Kind of like how we were talking in Terraria, where it can pick tiles. Oh, oops. Like, have it scan around where this city should be. And be like, okay, it has this much of this much of that. You know, just kind of simulate the collection of resources. Maybe it detects and, like, I don't know, you'd have to just do something. You'd have to do a fake simulation for sure, I think. But I think so long as it's programmed right, it shouldn't be, like, too much more powerful than the player's ability to utilize, like, the same materials. Like, okay, so if we're talking at something like similar to Age of Empires in certain nature of it, part of, like, what you would have it doing is determining, like, you have a couple things, like, okay, in Age of Empires, a unit has to, like, path every single time they want to get to a resource of some kind. So instead, you could have it kind of calculate that kind of thing, like, once in a while, where it's just like, okay, here's the, like, the wood camp. Let me, like, path, like, once from this to the trees, to the general area of the trees, and just generally get an estimate of, like, how long each of the units will take. And then it just has to calculate, okay, so there's, like, the path is this, would take this long as the baseline to travel. It has this many that would be working at that camp. So it should be generating, like, it should, you know, generate this amount of resources, at this rate, kind of thing, I guess. So, yeah, I guess. To an extent, you can kind of solve it these ways. This all is on, like, the real edge of where the crust is over here, so I'm not going to do too much with that area for now. Good job, bot. Yeah, like, in the end, because you can't simulate an entire game world, you can, however, reduce the amount of simulation you need to be doing. I guess perhaps this is where we don't let perfect be the enemy of good enough. I would generally say imperfect simulation is better than none at all. Here, let me mark something off the sticky note that I was actually... So, okay, I talked about wanting to play Vintage Story. I can mark that off. I joked about Mojang encrypting the censorship file. I don't know if we entirely talked about that, but close enough. What else can I talk about before I end the stream here? Because I just realized we're actually getting kind of late into the evening, and yeah. I guess I could talk about a dumb one. Actually, yeah, no, this is, like, super relevant to the quote that I just said of not letting perfect be the enemy of good enough. So, the internet is fickle, but also I'm wondering how much the internet is astroturfed at literally every turn. Like, it's actually, like, crazy. There are just moments where it just seems weird. Or if it's just, you know, maybe sometimes it could just be people seeing a stupid take from a YouTuber and going with it. It doesn't even need astroturfing. So, obviously, with how everything's been recently, people have been trying to de-Google to, you know, well, not just Google, but they call it de-Googling, but, and you know, I talk about this as well a good bit, but, the sort of reality of it is, just trying to diversify the companies they're supporting, and to maybe not support the big tech companies that are, you know, perhaps supporting terrible things in the world right now. And you can never find a company that is, like, completely sin-free. But I can't help but find it maybe a little silly. All this effort to try to get away from this all, and then, I don't know, people get sucked right back in. So there was, like, a little bit of drama for Firefox, I guess, recently. Because Firefox generally has a, like a privacy promise that it's had for a while, where it does want to be somewhat privacy focused. It knows it can't be perfect about a lot of it, but it tries to be a decent company. It has its problems. It's not perfect. If you really care for a little bit more than what it has, you can use the LibreWolf branch. But unfortunately, with them still needing to be a company, they did have to change, and it seems like they just, like, jumped really hard on it just to avoid getting into any trouble in the meantime. But they did have to change some of their, I'm just trying to figure out what's the best way to fill some of these holes in. I think, actually, yeah, wait, no, I've got, just melt them. They apparently had, like, a lot of the little things removed about selling data. Because there's still some little bits here or there of, like, anonymized data they have to use. And it turns out, like, the legal definition of it is very hard to, like, it's very broad and annoying. So they can't completely, like, say that without risking getting into, like, somebody using a technicality and getting them into some kind of, like, legal trouble or whatever. So they took a lot of the messages off of their site. I'm assuming they'll probably re-add them back on. That's the thing that you end up having to, like, hold your breath and wait to see what the result is. But, so they removed it, and they did clarify their reasoning. But everybody, like, jumped on, like, the destruction train. That it's just like, nope, we can't trust Firefox anymore. And it's like, oh no, here we go. Yeah, where it's just like, I don't know, just the sheer reaction against it. And it's like, yeah, I understand people being upset, because a lot of people that use Firefox would be very heavily privacy focused. So any, like, hint of not having it is, like, I guess worrying to people for fair reasons. What I can't get behind are all of the people that were recommending, like, Chromium browsers as alternatives, where it's just like, no. If you're gonna be upset about Firefox just doing this, like, little bit, and you're gonna recommend Chromium browsers, I don't know, man. Your opinion on this is maybe, like, irrelevant. Especially because, like, one of the big things that really makes it for me, like, silly is this is right around the same time that Chrome has its, like, Manifest 3 going out. I think is it Manifest 3? It's whatever the one specifically that is now going to be, like, preventing like uBlock and other things from working. Like, it is very not good for people that, you know, like their privacy add-ons. But yeah, there's just for me, there's just a comical irony of, worrying about privacy and then recommending the non-privacy browsers. Like, Brave is a bit better, definitely, than Chrome Basic. But there's still, like, enough little things with Brave browser where it's just like, I'm not sure if, I don't know, some of the privacy focused people do seem to like it, but I'm not entirely sure why. I have a natural distrust for something about Brave and the company that runs it. And I can't fully express it yet, but there's probably something that'll come up eventually. Also, the sheer irony of it, to me, of, like, some of the backlash, is also just the fact that some of these same groups, like, a week later, were right back on the Firefox train. So, yeah, immediate backlash, bandwagoning, and then... Well, see, that's actually where, like, part of me wonders about how much of it was legitimate and how much of it was, maybe over-pushed by the competition, like making sure, oh, the competition messed up, well, I'm gonna make sure to capitalize on this, is kind of maybe the vibe that I get sometimes. That does seem to be the strategy a lot of times online. Because, it is really weird, this heavy push for Brave as the sort of, go-to people were recommending to ditch Firefox, and then, oh, just something like a couple days later, and just everybody's back on Firefox again. Like, the comments that I felt were more legitimate were the ones people recommending, LibreWolf, just because, again, if you like what Firefox has, from the sounds of it, LibreWolf would be the way to go. Actually, I think I downloaded that, but I don't know if I've messed with it much. Because I think, if I'm correct, LibreWolf is just a fork of Firefox. Oh, man. Oh my gosh. That is the most aggressive one of those bots I've ever seen. I don't think one of those has ever insulted me before. Holy moly! Never thought I'd hate them more. Oy oy oy. Oh right, this part of the mountain gets kinda vertical. But, yeah. Sorry, that was, like, such an odd, like, that was a flashbang right there. I mean, sure, it gets your attention, but I'm never gonna use one of those services, so I'm not sure to what extent that... Would that work on anybody? Sorry, that's why that's a flashbang to me. Insulting, like, the person, like... Uh-huh? There's so many of those, like, messed up services for, view botting and stuff. I don't think that's a business strategy. Yeah, the bots are losing the sauce. Anyway, where was I with what I was saying? But yeah, I don't know. It does get kind of goofy. Bandwagoning. And I don't know. I am just regularly suspicious of a lot of stuff on the internet lately. Some bandwagoning is perhaps on purpose, some of it not as much. It's hard to assume things are legitimate. It really is sometimes. You know, the zone has been flooded thoroughly. Going through message and filtering out ham or spam for each message. Okay, but like the connotation, how? I guess it was all based on a Monty Python skit, right? The whole spam terminology, because it was just characters shouting spam over and over again. Like, half of the internet initial terminology was Monty Python. I swear. Just, like, weird references like that back in the day. I kind of feel bad. Oh my gosh, you're right, Python. Python. It's there. It's right there. I kind of feel bad that spam gets that connotation because of oh, I think my music just ran out. Oops. These ones that like are from streams just cut out so abruptly. Well, that's my sign that I need to end the stream soon. But yeah, this weird connotation that like spam is like low quality or whatever. I mean, maybe perhaps it actually is. I don't know what I would compared to like, how much worse is it truly than like a bologna, for instance. Bologna. Because I find myself actually quite fond of spam in certain situations. Like my brother made that spam and pineapple pizza, and not gonna lie, the spam was kind of nice. Like the saltiness of the spam compared to like a regular salty ham seemed to work really well with the sweetness of the pineapple. Oops, no, I messed up. One second. Let me just use the fill tool in here. Oh! That's not how I was supposed to do that. Okay, there we go. But yeah, anyway, yeah, so, where was I? Crud. Oh, yeah, so, just the sheer oddity of how the internet is with people, like, overreacting, or this or that. Again, I should check out, I forget what it was. Were we talking about Lemmy, or what other Reddit alternative was it? The one that was federated that we brought up recently. I forget if did I write that down somewhere and I just have forgotten to look at it. I know there was a subreddit for Reddit alternatives, and I could just probably check some of the ones recommended there and find it again. I feel like what I saw on the... Yeah, Lemmy. What I saw there, it's like I'll recognize it when I see it, but it's gotta be Lemmy, because that's the one everybody talks about. And yeah, people were talking about it again, and like maybe I will try to see if it's like pretty decent for how I want to browse, or if it has like enough like good like communities or whatever. Or instances or you know, whatever the heck that I have to join. Because I realized 99% of why Reddit is still my go-to is because nothing else has nested comments as good as Reddit. In fact, most social media sites have really bad comment nesting. Or just sites with comments in general. I feel like... Honestly, can just every site nest comments like Reddit does? I think I'd be happy with that. Because, now, I know the voting system also is kind of, like... It has its ups and downs, but it kind of benefits some of these things as well. But, the comment section, like, nesting system kind of actually allows it to have internet conversations multiple going at once. Like, man, oh gosh, probably one of the worst. Even though I think Tumblr has some really funny content, Tumblr has like one of the worst nesting systems imaginable. And then like ones like YouTube basically just do not exist. Cause like I guess that's the thing. Like let's say YouTube for instance. YouTube has 2-layer nesting, whereas Reddit has n-layer nesting by comparison. On YouTube you have a comment and then a reply to the comment, and then you have to hope maybe somebody replies to that. Maybe. Man, I have some like weird keyboard delay. And so yeah, yeah, just like so Tumblr has n level nesting, but the format is terrible. Like finding where you are, who you're replying to. Just I don't know. There's a lot going on there. It's just the fact that it's like kind of hard to describe what's wrong is part of the problem. Twitter technically has n level nesting. But again, the navigation of like having to click into each one individually can kind of become a problem. And also it gets really weird because Twitter has like this sort of setup where kind of somebody else decides what comments get hidden. I mean, that's like moderating on anything, but I guess it has all the downsides of the moderation of a subreddit. With all the downsides of the way people act on Twitter. But, actually, yeah, let me do kind of like that. That's a little better, I think, yeah. Okay, well, I've mostly sorted out the river. I might end it here-ish. Yeah, because this is going to take a little bit more work, but, technically, this area's done, I think, pretty much, terrain-wise. I don't think I'll make any notable modifications of it, so I think I could actually go into Script Brush and, start just making it green with it. I think I'm actually safe to do that for once. We're finally becoming green with it. I don't think I'm going to be modifying this anymore. I think we're good. Hopefully. Don't make me second guess myself. But, yeah, so, like, what got me thinking about this again recently, it's so awkward without music on, holy moly, I know I'm just here for, like, a minute more to finish a sentence and do this. What got me thinking about this, recently was, so I was watching a YouTube video about sunchokes. Sunchokes being a kind of... They're a tuber, which I don't really know what the difference between like root vegetables and tubers really 100% is, but they're like a potato that has like a sunflower-esque top to them. Okay, this area isn't smooth for some reason. Well, it's near the edge of smooth areas, so I guess that makes sense. Yeah, so they're like a potato that grows like a sunflower type plant. They got a really weird name because like one of the names for them is like Jerusalem artichoke, which from what I understand is like a mistranslation of they're like an Italian plant. And the Italian word just sounds like Jerusalem. So they got kind of renamed Jerusalem artichokes. I prefer just to call them sunchokes because they're sunflowers and yeah. They're sunflower-esque and yeah, that makes more sense. Now, the weird part is they're not really like artichokes from what I can tell. I'm not sure if they might be related to artichokes. I don't know. I don't know that part of the name, but I think it might just be because they taste a little bit like they're like somewhere between potatoes with like a nutty taste and maybe a little bit of an artichoke taste mix in. And so yeah, I guess I find myself This area almost looks like I was going to put a river in, but maybe it doesn't need to. But yeah, I got really curious because the YouTuber was talking about them. They're apparently like really, really easy to grow. And they, yeah, I mean, they're decent nutritionally. You can get a lot of them. The one thing is they can be a little like they can really infest your garden if you don't grow them right. But the sort of downside to them is that they don't agree with everybody. So I'm gonna try to buy some first, see if I like them or if my body doesn't like them, and then maybe and then maybe grow them if I don't have like a weird reaction to them. Because like I guess they're like beans, they make you a bit gassy. But also because they're not like common food, I think it causes like there is just a weird thing, like our gut biomes are just sometimes not geared at all towards foods we haven't eaten. So it's one of those things you have to eat just like a little bit, and then a little bit more, and then a little bit more, and your body kind of like builds up tolerance, because they have a lot of so like I might not have too much of a problem because I already eat a lot of onions, and they have a lot of a like certain kind of fiber or complex starch or whatever that humans don't generally digest. Like, so we don't digest them. Yeah, I actually made that joke to you. People getting bean fever because they ate a bean once. I was actually referencing that the other day. And so yeah, so you end up with this this weird situation where so the gut biome can like them, and apparently can like the chemical or the, I forget what it is. In or in something or another, I can't remember. Either way, yeah, so the gut biome, like, it can encourage good, like, gut biome stuff to grow. The fiber and everything is kind of like good for digestion, and there's like a couple reasons why it can actually be considered good for you, despite the the consequences of eating it when your body isn't used to it. Which again, I do think Western culture has a general issue with unfortunately kind of removing a lot of more diverse plants from our diets, which has led us to be more intolerant of a wider variety of like vegetables and things. So part of me is like, okay, if it just takes a while to kind of get used to eating this, and if it's decently good for you, because that's the thing, like, that's been me with beans recently. I think my body's gotten used to eating beans, and now I don't seem to have any of the problems I had with beans when I first, like, got back into eating them recently. And also, honestly, like, yeah, it's, like, kind of been a little better on the toilet, if I'm being honest. I think something about, like, the added, like, protein and fiber makes up for the parts that your body can't digest. I guess it's just one way to put it. Healthy isn't like a very like linear thing, I guess. It's a very odd dynamic thing. But anyway, for me, part of the part of the reason why I'd be willing to give like a plant a chance to get past its downsides if it's a decently rich plant is just the whole, okay, if things get bad, at least we have food that is, like, reliable. Because that's the thing. I want to jokingly call these apocalypse potatoes. They grow really well, and a lot of them. Like, you don't really have to do anything. You do want to keep up with the soil quality. But, yeah, you probably don't have to do too much to keep up with them. In fact, it is that kind of thing I mentioned a moment ago, where it's just like, if you don't do anything with them, they will just grow and grow and grow. Bugs, bugs, bugs. I'm a bug. Your house belongs to the bugs. Your yard belongs to the sunchokes. Sorry, there's a specific video I was referencing there. And, yeah, so, I don't know, they interested me, also because I want more vegetables with different flavors. I feel like we as humans have started eating, like, a dozen different things, when there are hundreds of varieties out there to actually eat. And so, yeah, part of me just needs an excuse to add something to my garden that adds some flavor profile dynamicism. And so anyway, yeah, so these vegetables are kind of, I don't know, contentious in people's opinions on them, because it sounds like a lot of people will get them, eat a load of them, they'll take and get like 3 or 4 of them eat 3 or 4 of them at once, like frying them up like potatoes, and then they'll have like diarrhea. Like, oh no, they just like destroy themselves. It's like not even just gas at that point. So it becomes like a whole problem. And then they hate it. They call it trash. They have like a vendetta against it. And so that's what got me kind of curious. Because I was watching that video, I was doing research on it, but I also I ended up looking at the comments section on that YouTube video. And the comment section had some comments from people that had clearly, like, eaten them sort of arguably the improper way. Because that's the thing, you can technically eat them raw, too. I can't imagine, like, somebody eating them just on a salad. If you eat them raw, they're going to cause more problems than if you cook them. And so there was one comment that was very detailed. It detailed the downsides, but it kind of felt like they had, like, a vendetta, like, against it. Just, they really, really hated it. Hard to say if any of it was technically misinformation, but it was leaving out details. And so most of the replies were just like, oh, thank you, this YouTuber, like, almost made me make a horrible mistake, or, wow, this YouTuber is spreading horrible misinformation by suggesting these terrible, terrible plants. Which, it is that kind of thing where it's just like, okay, so you've got $1 million, well, I mean, it depends on how much money you make on YouTube. You've got a 1 million subscriber YouTube channel. I've seen their videos occasionally. Like, a gardening expert that has, like, so many videos and really does seem to know what he's talking about generally. And he did mention some of the downsides in the video, by the way. Also, I guess as the sun's gone down, the glow around me has changed. And so it's like, okay, so people are going to jump on the bandwagon of you know, starting to use this super crop because the YouTuber said it, but then people are going to jump back off the bandwagon the moment somebody else who, like, just a random guy, not really like a YouTube channel or anything, just a guy commenting that just seemed very angry. Yeah, people are gonna, like, jump off of the bandwagon again because some other person had, like, a counter argument. But this is where we get back to the part of the, like, relevancy to the other bit I was talking about. It's the problem that with the way YouTube comments nest, everybody's gonna see, like, that part of it, where it's this person's, like, counter comment, and they're not gonna see, without scrolling as far as I had to go, like, most people replying definitely were just responding, like, to that initial comment, and not to any of the other people with further information about it. Yeah, like, people aren't going to see the comment that brought up, it's just like, okay, so, yeah, not everybody's bodies agree with it, you know, try them before you grow them. They're not going to see the comments about the issue with it causing gas, the specific thing that, like, makes it do that, does break down as it sits in the, like, so when you store it inside for a month or two, it starts breaking it down a bit, and once it breaks down into, like, sugars that you can actually digest. It's like a banana. Like, banana's mostly fiber if you eat it, like, green. But it breaks down into sugars the body can process. And, like, technically, I guess the caloric, like, contents of a banana goes up, sort of, like, as it becomes usable calories. So, yeah, it gets interesting and complicated because, yeah, essentially you've got issues of, like, people essentially eating green bananas and then complaining, but for a different vegetable. But that would be the equivalent. So yeah, people getting them too fresh and eating them, people not cooking them well enough in eating them, because if you cook it, it also breaks down the undigestible thing into sugars again a little bit, or at least breaks it down into a way where it won't cause like gastronomical problems. So like yeah, there's a whole bunch of like different things people had in the comments as like counter comments to the person that was really like hating on the vegetable. Also, you get some subjective things because there's the whole problem of like they're vegetables. There are so many people that just do not like vegetables or don't like very many vegetables. And so, like, some people's arguments against it is just that they find it disgusting, where it's just like other people are like, I've been eating this for 30 years, because it's just like, oh, it's one of my favorite vegetables, so it's just like the subjective nature of that as well. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't know, but, yeah, this is where comment nesting is, awkward, I guess. Because, again, YouTube defaults comments to be, like, folded as well. So yeah, I guess it's the awkward thing where it's just like it makes me wish I could upvote. it reminds me why, as flawed as it is in matters of information spreading, the voting system kind of makes up for everything it breaks in the matters of opinion. Trying to think if there was anything else to add to that before I wrap up here, because I really should wrap up here. That tangent actually went on way longer than I expected. So before I convince myself to keep going, let me just save and quit. But my mom's average vegetables are the most flavorful type of food we have. Yeah, I mean, most of your varieties of flavors are going to come from vegetables. Especially, like, there's, like, yeah, like, you've got your peppers, your onions, your pepper, like, salt and pepper, herbs, spices, just, that, like, all that flavor comes from vegetables. Now, technically, if we're talking botanical fruits, maybe a little less variety of flavor, but still... I mean, I guess peppers, like, those are fruits. Compared to, like, black pepper is a seed. Herbs are just, like, leaves off of plants and seeds from plants, usually. But yeah, like, peppers... Like, you get a lot of things that would be described as nutty or green from other things. And then you get... Like, most squashes taste about the same, but then you have, like, butternut is, like, its own variety. I guess for the botanical fruits, most of what you're getting is the differences of, like, bitterness or sweetness. Whereas, yeah, herbs have, like, complex flavor that is hard to describe what exactly it even is. Meat, meanwhile, is like salts and fats that we pick up on as delicious. Also,
Obey Luigi, destroy CEOs.
sorry, what? Sorry, it doesn't work anymore because like my head, like my floating head like situation is crazy, guys. I just want to do the stupid like. I mean, I guess it sort of works. Like, my room's too dark. What happens if I... Oh! 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 I wish... Oh, wait. There we go. Now I'm just a floating head. Mm-hmm. It got so dark in here without the window light. I would usually have the lamp on, but it just blows up the whole thing. But yeah. I guess part of me is curious of anything that has a nutty flavor that isn't nuts because I can't eat tree nuts. And that's like a whole problem. In terms of losing a flavor profile. Anyway, I think I'll leave it there. Thank you all for watching, and, yeah, nested comments are important because then, like, you can actually find information and everybody can argue properly, and